Good evening, and welcome. If you're new here tonight, my name is Walter, and I'll be keeping you company for a little while as we settle in beside the fire together. Outside the cottage windows, the autumn wind has been moving softly through the trees all evening, carrying leaves quietly along the lane, while somewhere beyond the hills, the night mist has begun to gather beneath the branches. Inside, the fire burns low and warm. The kettle hums softly nearby, and the whole room feels wonderfully calm tonight. It's the sort of evening that seems made for old stories. And tonight, Mabel is here, beside the fire with us as well.
Good evening, everyone. It's lovely to be here tonight. Walter's been telling me all about these quiet evenings by the fire, and I must admit, I've been especially looking forward to this story. There's something about old autumn tales like Sleepy Hollow that always feels wonderfully cozy to me. All the drifting mist, lantern light, and those sleepy little woodland roads.
And I had a feeling you might say that. So wherever you are now, whether you're already tucked comfortably beneath blankets, or simply beginning to unwind after a long day, allow yourself to grow a little more comfortable. There's nowhere else you need to be tonight. Nothing important left waiting for you. Only this quiet hour and the story ahead of us. Deep in the heart of the English countryside, where the hills rolled gently like sleeping giants beneath a quilt of green, there was a small and quiet valley that most people had simply forgotten about. It had no grand name on any map. The folk who lived nearby called it the Hollow. And the Hollow was, without question, the most peaceful place in all the world. The meadows there were soft and wide, stitched together with old stone walls draped in moss. Ancient oak trees stood at the edges of the fields like patient, kindly guardians, their branches reaching out over the grass in long, slow arcs. In the mornings, mist would settle low across the ground, and the whole valley would look as though it were still dreaming. And in the evenings, when the last light faded from the sky and the stars began to appear one by one, the hollow would grow so still and so quiet that you could hear the soft breath of the wind moving through the long grass and the distant murmur of a little stream winding its way between the roots of the willows. It was the kind of place that made you feel, the moment you arrived, that everything was going to be perfectly all right. And it was in this valley, in a warm and well-kept stable at the edge of a gentle farm, that our story begins. The stable was old, built from pale golden stone that had been there for so many years it had become part of the landscape itself. Ivy crept up one side of it, and a climbing rose wound its way around the wide wooden door, its petals soft and pink in the summer, its bare branches silver and delicate in the winter. The roof was thick with moss, and in the rain, the water ran off it in quiet little rivers that gathered in the puddles below and reflected the lantern light in trembling circles. Inside, the stable was warm, always warm. Even on the coldest nights, when frost crept across the fields and the stars burned sharp and bright in the black sky, the stable held its warmth like a cupped hand holds a small flame. The walls were thick, the straw was deep and golden, and the lanterns that hung from the old wooden beams cast a light that was amber and soft, the kind of light that makes everything look gentle and good. There were 4 animals who lived in the stable, and they had lived there together for so long that they had become, in every way that mattered, a family. There was Ichabod, a tall and rather thin horse, with a coat the color of autumn leaves, a deep russet brown with patches of gold along his flanks. He had long, elegant legs, and a face that was, if you looked at it honestly, slightly too large for the rest of him, with wide, thoughtful eyes the color of dark honey, and ears that swiveled gently at every sound. He was a gentle soul, curious and kind, and he loved nothing more than standing at the stable door in the evenings and watching the last light fade from the sky over the meadows. There was Katrina, a small and round pony with a coat as white as fresh cream and a mane that fell in soft waves across her neck. She was warm-natured and cheerful, always the first to nicker a greeting when someone came through the door, always the one to press her nose gently against a friend's shoulder when they seemed quiet or sad. She smelled of hay and something faintly sweet, like warm biscuits, and her presence in the stable made everything feel more comfortable. There was Brom, a broad and sturdy cob with a coat as dark as midnight, and 4 white socks that made him look as though he had stepped through a patch of snow. He was not a horse of many words, as horses go, but he was steady and reliable, and deeply, quietly loyal. He had a habit of standing very still with his eyes half closed, looking for all the world as though he were asleep. But if you watched him carefully, you would notice that his ears were always moving, always listening, always aware of everything around him. And then there was the horseman. The horseman was not a horse at all. He was a large and rather magnificent barn owl who had taken up residence in the rafters of the stable some years ago and had never left. He had a face as round and pale as the full moon, with great dark eyes that seemed to hold the whole night inside them, and wings that, when he spread them, were wide and silent and impossibly beautiful. He was called the Horseman because of the way he rode the night air, gliding out through the high window of the stable each evening and sweeping low over the meadows in long, slow arcs, as though he were galloping across the sky. Nobody knew exactly how old the horseman was. He had simply always been there, watching from the rafters with his great dark eyes, turning his round head slowly from side to side, and occasionally making a soft, low sound deep in his chest that was not quite a hoot and not quite a sigh, but something in between. Something that sounded, if you listened carefully, like contentment. On the evening our story takes place, the rain had come in gently from the west, the way it so often did in the hollow, arriving not with thunder or drama, but simply drifting in like a quiet guest, settling over the fields and the trees and the old stone walls with a soft and steady hiss. Ichabod stood at the stable door, which was open just a crack, and watched the rain fall across the meadow. The grass was very green, the way it always was after rain, a deep and living green that seemed almost to glow in the fading light. The drops fell in long silver threads from the sky, and where they landed on the puddles in the yard, they made small, perfect circles that spread and overlapped and faded away, over and over, endlessly. He breathed in the smell of the rain. It was one of his favorite smells in all the world. Wet earth and green grass, and something cool and clean that had no name, but that made him feel, every time he breathed it in, as though he were breathing in the whole countryside at once. Behind him, Katrina was settled deep in her straw, her legs tucked neatly beneath her, her eyes soft and half-closed. She was making a low, contented sound, barely audible, just a gentle hum of warmth and ease. Brom stood in his usual corner, still as a statue, his dark coat gleaming faintly in the lantern light, his white socks bright against the golden straw. Above them all, in the high rafters where the shadows gathered and the old beams crossed and recrossed in the dimness, the horseman sat perfectly still, his great pale face turned toward the small high window, through which the rain could be heard but not seen, a soft and steady percussion on the old stone roof. The lanterns swayed very slightly in the draft from the door, and the light moved across the walls in slow, gentle waves, like the surface of a calm lake touched by a breath of wind. It was, in every way, a perfect evening to be inside. Ichabod turned from the door and walked slowly back to his place in the stable, his hooves making soft sounds in the deep straw. He lowered his long head and breathed out slowly, a warm breath that stirred the straw around his nose. And then he stood quietly, feeling the warmth of the stable settle around him like a blanket. "It's raining properly now," he said, in the quiet, unhurried way that horses speak when they are comfortable and have nowhere to be. Katrina opened one eye. She said, which meant yes, and also good, and also I am very comfortable, and I hope you are too." Brom did not say anything, but one of his ears swiveled gently in Ichabod's direction, which was his way of acknowledging that he had heard and that he agreed. From the rafters, the horseman made his soft, low sound, the one that was not quite a hoot and not quite a sigh. And the stable felt, if possible, even warmer than before. Ichabod settled himself slowly into the straw, folding his long legs beneath him with the careful, deliberate movements of a very tall creature who has learned over many years to be gentle with himself. He rested his chin on the edge of the low wooden partition beside him and looked out at the stable, at the amber light of the lanterns, at the soft shapes of his friends in the warm dimness, at the rain-dark square of the window high above. And he felt something that had no name, but that lived somewhere in the chest, a deep and quiet fullness, like a cup that is perfectly full and not a drop is spilling over. He closed his eyes. The rain fell on. It fell on the meadows and the old stone walls and the moss-covered roof of the stable. It fell on the oak trees at the edge of the fields, running down their bark in thin, dark rivers, and dripping from the tips of their leaves in slow, heavy drops. It fell on the little stream between the willows, adding its voice to the stream's own quiet murmur, so that the two sounds wove together into something that was neither one nor the other, but something new, something that was simply the sound of water finding its way home. It fell on the lane that wound through the hollow, turning the pale dust to soft, dark mud, filling the ruts and hollows with small, still pools that reflected the last gray light of the sky. It fell on the hedgerows, where the hawthorn berries hung in heavy clusters, dark red and gleaming, and where a robin had tucked itself deep into the leaves and sat with its eyes closed and its feathers puffed out into a small, warm ball. It fell on the farmhouse at the top of the lane, where a light burned in the kitchen window, and the smell of something warm and good drifted out through the cracks in the old wooden door. It fell on the garden, where the last of the autumn flowers bent their heads under the weight of the drops, and where the stone path glistened and the lavender bushes released their scent into the wet air, soft and sweet and faintly purple, if a smell can be a color. And it fell on the hollow itself, on the whole wide, quiet, sleeping valley. And the valley received it the way it received everything, with patience and with grace, letting it soak into the earth and the roots and the deep, dark soil, storing it away for the spring that was always, eventually, coming. Inside the stable, Ichabod was not quite asleep and not quite awake. He was in that soft, borderless place between the two, where thoughts come slowly and without urgency, drifting past like leaves on a slow river, and where the body feels heavy and warm and perfectly at rest. He was thinking, in a loose and wandering way, about the meadow in summer, about the way the grass looked in the long afternoon light, golden and green at the same time, moving in slow waves when the breeze came through, about the smell of it, warm and sweet and alive, about the feeling of walking through it, the soft resistance of the grass against his legs, the ground firm and good beneath his hooves, the sky wide and blue above. He thought about the stream and the way the water looked when the sun was on it, all light and movement, silver and white and endlessly changing. He thought about standing in the shallows on a hot day, the cold water around his hooves, the mud soft beneath them, the willows trailing their long fingers in the current. He thought about evenings like this one, rain on the roof and lanterns burning, and his friends close by, and the feeling of being exactly where he was supposed to be. The thoughts came and went without effort, without direction, like clouds moving across a sky that is perfectly content to hold them. Katrina was dreaming. In her dream, she was in the orchard at the far end of the farm, the one with the old apple trees, whose branches grew in every direction, twisted and gnarled and beautiful, their bark silver gray and soft with lichen. The apples were ripe in her dream, hanging heavy and red among the leaves, and the ground beneath the trees was scattered with windfalls, their skins split and sweet-smelling, drawing the bees in lazy, golden circles. She walked slowly through the orchard, her hooves quiet on the soft grass, her nose lifted to catch the smell of the apples and the warm earth and the faint, distant smell of the rain that was coming, still far away, but already in the air. A coolness and a freshness that made everything feel more alive. The light in the orchard was the particular light of late afternoon in early autumn, amber and slanted, falling through the leaves in long shifting beams that moved across the ground as the branches swayed. Everything was very still and very beautiful, and Katrina walked through it all with the unhurried ease of someone who knows they have all the time in the world. She stopped beneath the oldest tree, the one with the great spreading branches that reached almost to the ground on one side, and she stood there in the dappled light and breathed in the smell of the apples and the earth and the coming rain. And she felt completely, perfectly happy. Brahm was not dreaming. Brahm rarely dreamed, or if he did, he kept his dreams to himself, tucked away in the deep, quiet places of his mind where no one else could see them. He stood in his corner of the stable, with his eyes fully closed now, his breathing slow and even, his great dark body perfectly still. But even in sleep, or whatever it was that Brahm did that looked like sleep. He was aware of the stable around him. He was aware of the warmth and the lantern light and the sound of the rain on the roof. He was aware of Ichabod's slow breathing and Katrina's small, contented sounds and the occasional soft rustle from the rafters where the horseman sat. He was aware of all of it, and it was good. And he held it all gently in his sleeping mind, the way the valley held the rain, receiving it, keeping it, letting it become part of him. The horseman watched. This was what the horseman did, mostly. He watched. He sat in the high rafters with his great dark eyes open and his round pale face turning slowly, slowly, taking in everything below him with a calm and ancient attention. He watched the horses sleep and the lanterns burn and the rain move across the window. He watched the straw shift in the small draughts that moved through the stable. He watched the shadows on the walls, the way they deepened and softened as the lanterns swayed. He had watched over this stable for a very long time. He had watched through many winters and many summers, through storms and through still clear nights, through the long, slow turning of the seasons. He had watched the horses come and go over the years, each one different, each one dear. And he had watched over all of them with the same patient, steady attention. There was something in the horseman's watching that was not simply observation. It was something more than that, something that had no precise name, but that the horses felt, even in their sleep, as a kind of presence, a warmth that was not the warmth of the lanterns, a safety that was not the safety of the walls. It was the feeling of being watched over by something that was older and quieter and wiser than the ordinary world. Something that had seen enough of time to know that everything, in the end, was going to be all right. The horseman turned his great head slowly toward the window, where the rain was still falling, steady and soft, and he made his low, quiet sound, and the stable held it for a moment, and then it faded into the warmth and the silence, and everything was still. An hour passed, or perhaps 2. Time moved differently in the hollow, especially on rainy evenings, especially in the stable with the lanterns burning and the animals sleeping. It moved the way the stream moved, not in a hurry, not with any particular destination in mind, simply flowing, simply being, simply going where it was always going to go. The rain had softened now. It was no longer the steady, purposeful rain of the early evening, but something lighter and more tentative. A fine mist more than a rain, drifting rather than falling, settling on everything it touched with a gentleness that was almost tender. The meadow outside was very dark now, the darkness of a countryside night, deep and soft and full of small sounds. The creak of a branch, the distant call of a tawny owl somewhere in the oaks, the murmur of the stream. The lanterns in the stable had burned down a little, their light slightly lower and warmer than before. The amber deepened toward gold, the shadows on the walls a little softer, a little closer. The straw glowed in the light, and the horses glowed in the straw, and the whole stable had the quality of something seen through half-closed eyes, warm and blurred at the edges, and very, very peaceful. Ichabod stirred slightly, shifting his weight, resettling himself in the straw with a long, slow breath. He did not wake. He simply moved deeper into sleep, the way a stone sinks slowly through still water, settling at last on the soft bed below, perfectly still, perfectly at rest. Now, it is worth telling you a little more about Ichabod, because Ichabod was, in his own quiet way, a rather remarkable horse. He was not remarkable in the way that some horses are remarkable. Not fast or strong or particularly brave in the face of loud noises and sudden movements. He was, if anything, rather easily startled, and he had a tendency to stop and stare at things that other horses walked past without a second glance. A shadow on the path, a leaf blowing across the lane, the particular way the light fell through the trees on a misty morning. He would stand very still and look at these things with his wide, dark, honey eyes, his ears pricked forward, his whole body alert and attentive, as though whatever he was looking at was the most interesting thing in the world. And perhaps for Ichabod it was, because Ichabod had a gift that was rare and precious, and that he himself did not fully understand. He could feel the beauty of things, not just see it, not just notice it, but feel it deep in his chest, the way you feel music when it is very good. A kind of resonance, a vibration that was not quite emotion and not quite sensation, but something that partook of both. He felt it when the mist lay across the meadow in the morning. He felt it when the rain fell on the stream, and the two sounds wove together. He felt it when the lanterns burned in the stable on a cold night, and the straw was warm, and his friends were close. He felt it in small things and large things, in the smell of the earth after rain, and the sound of the wind in the oak trees, and the sight of the stars appearing one by one in the darkening sky. It was this gift, more than anything else, that made Ichabod who he was. It was this gift that made him stop and stare at shadows and leaves and the particular quality of the light. he was not afraid of these things. He was, in his own way, in love with them. Katrina had woken from her dream of the orchard and was lying quietly in the straw, her eyes open but soft, looking at nothing in particular. The dream had left a warmth in her that she was in no hurry to let go of. A feeling of apples and amber light and the coming rain. And she lay with it gently, the way you hold a warm stone in your hand on a cold day. Not gripping it, just letting it rest there, letting its warmth move into you. She could hear the rain, still soft and fine outside, and the creak of the stable in the small wind, and Ichabod's slow breathing, and the distant, barely there sound of the stream. She could see the lantern light moving on the ceiling above her, slow and golden, and she watched it for a while, with the easy, unfocused attention of someone who is very comfortable and has no reason to be anywhere else. She thought about nothing in particular. She thought about the way the straw felt beneath her, deep and soft and warm. She thought about the smell of the stable, hay and wood, and the faint sweetness of the lantern oil, and the clean, damp smell of the rain coming in under the door. She thought about her friends, Ichabod with his long, thoughtful face and his wide, dark eyes, Brahm with his steady, quiet presence, the horseman with his great, pale face and his ancient, watching eyes. She felt grateful in the simple, uncomplicated way that animals feel grateful, without words or analysis. Just a warmth in the chest and a sense of rightness, of being exactly where she was supposed to be, with exactly the right companions, in exactly the right place. She closed her eyes again, and the warmth of the dream, and the warmth of the stable, and the warmth of her own contentment folded around her like a blanket, and she slept. Outside, the mist had thickened slightly, and the hollow was wrapped in it now. The fields and the hedgerows and the old stone walls all softened and blurred, their edges dissolved into the gray-white air. The oak trees at the edge of the meadow were dark shapes in the mist, their branches reaching up into the whiteness and disappearing, as though the trees went on forever, growing up and up into some other world above the clouds. The lane was very quiet. The puddles in the ruts were still and dark, and the mist moved across them in slow, thin wisps. And the hawthorn berries in the hedgerow were dark red and gleaming with moisture. And the whole lane had the quality of a painting, still and composed and beautiful in a way that asked nothing of you, that simply was. A fox moved along the edge of the lane, its paws silent on the wet grass, its tail a dark plume behind it. It paused for a moment at the gate to the farm, lifting its nose to the air, reading the night with its extraordinary senses. And then it moved on, slipping through a gap in the hedge and disappearing into the field beyond, leaving no trace of itself except a faint, wild smell that faded quickly in the damp air. The robin in the hawthorn was still asleep, its feathers still puffed, its eyes still closed, its small body rising and falling with each tiny breath. Around it, the leaves dripped quietly, and the berries hung heavy and still, and the hedge was full of the small, secret warmth of sleeping things. In the stable, the horseman had spread his wings. He did this sometimes in the deep of the night when the horses were sleeping and the lanterns were burning low. He would spread his great wings slowly, fully, until they reached from one side of the rafter to the other, and he would hold them there for a long moment, perfectly still, as though he were embracing the whole stable, as though he were holding it all, the warmth and the light and the sleeping animals and the sound of the rain, holding it all gently in the wide, soft span of his wings. And then, slowly, he would fold them back, drawing them in close to his body, and he would sit again in his usual stillness. And the stable would feel, somehow, even more settled than before, even more contained, even more safe. He did this now, in the deep quiet of the night, and the lantern light caught the underside of his wings as he spread them, and for a moment the whole stable was filled with a soft, warm light that was not quite the lantern light, and not quite anything else. A light that seemed to come from the wings themselves, from the pale, perfect feathers, from the ancient, quiet creature who had watched over this place for so long. And then the wings folded, and the light settled back to its usual amber warmth, and the horseman sat still in the rafters, and the rain fell softly on the roof, and the horses slept. Ichabod was dreaming now, properly dreaming, in the deep and vivid way that horses dream when they are very comfortable and very safe. He was in the meadow, but it was not the meadow as it was now, dark and mist-wrapped and rain-soft. It was the meadow in the full brightness of a summer morning, the grass long and green and full of flowers, the sky a deep, clear blue, with a few white clouds moving slowly across it. The sun warm on his back and his flanks and the top of his long head. He was walking, slowly and without purpose, through the long grass, and the grass moved around his legs in soft waves, and the flowers nodded as he passed, and the bees moved among them in their slow golden way, and the whole meadow was full of sound, the hum of the bees and the song of the skylarks high above, and the distant murmur of the stream, and the soft, constant sound of the wind in the grass. He walked to the stream and stood at its edge, looking down at the water, It was clear and quick, running over smooth stones, catching the light in small, bright flashes. He could see the stones on the bottom, pale and round and clean, and the water moving over them in thin, fast sheets, and the shadows of the clouds moving across the surface, slow and dark, and then gone. He lowered his head and drank. The water was cold and clean, and tasted of the hills it had come from, of stone and moss and high, clear air. He drank slowly, feeling the cold move through him, and then he lifted his head and stood for a moment with the water dripping from his chin, looking out across the meadow. Katrina was there, in the dream, standing in the long grass a little way off, her white coat bright in the sunlight, her mane lifting slightly in the breeze. She was eating, pulling at the grass with the steady, contented rhythm of a horse who has found a particularly good patch. And she did not look up, but her tail swished slowly, and that was enough. Rom was there too, standing at the edge of the meadow where the oak trees began, his dark coat almost invisible in the shade, only his white socks visible, 4 bright patches in the dimness. He was perfectly still, as he always was, but his ears were forward, and his head was up, and he was looking out across the meadow with an expression that, on a horse, could only be described as satisfaction. And above them all, high in the blue sky, the horseman was flying. He was a pale shape against the blue, his wings spread wide and still, riding the warm air that rose from the meadow in slow, invisible columns. He turned in a long, lazy circle, and the sun caught his wings and turned them white and gold. And he was the most beautiful thing Ichabod had ever seen. Ichabod watched him for a long time, standing at the edge of the stream, with the water still dripping from his chin. And he felt the beauty of it deep in his chest. The resonance, the vibration, the feeling that was not quite emotion and not quite sensation, but something that partook of both. He felt it so strongly that it was almost like a sound, a low, clear note that rang through him, from his hooves to the tips of his ears. And he stood very still and let it ring. The night deepened. The mist thickened over the hollow until the whole valley was wrapped in it. A soft white world with no edges and no distances. Just the immediate and the close. The wet grass underfoot and the dark shapes of the trees and the warm glow of the stable lanterns visible from the lane as a soft amber smudge in the whiteness. The rain had stopped entirely now. The air was very still and very damp and very quiet. The kind of quiet that comes after rain, when everything is wet and settled, and the world seems to be holding its breath, waiting for something, though nothing in particular is coming. It is simply the quality of the silence, full and expectant, and deeply, deeply peaceful. The stream was louder now, swollen a little with the rain, its voice fuller and more confident, moving through the willows with a sound that was almost musical, a low, continuous note that rose and fell as the water moved over the stones and around the roots and through the narrow places where it quickened and brightened and then slowed again in the wider pools. An owl called from somewhere in the oaks, a long, low call that moved through the mist and faded slowly. And then there was silence again. And the silence was, if anything, deeper for having been broken. Katrina woke briefly in the small hours of the night and lay for a moment in the warm straw, listening. She could hear the stream. She could hear Ichabod breathing, slow and deep, the breathing of a horse in deep sleep. She could hear the faint creak of the stable, the old wood settling in the damp air. She could hear, very faintly, the sound of the mist moving against the window. A sound so soft it was barely a sound at all, more a feeling than a sound, a gentle pressure against the glass. She could not hear the horseman, but she could feel him, the way you can feel a fire in a room even when you are not looking at it, a warmth and a presence that was simply there, steady and constant and good. She lay quietly for a while, not sleeping and not quite awake, in that soft, borderless place that Ichabod had been in earlier. And she thought about nothing at all. Or rather, she thought about everything at once. The stream, and the mist, and the straw, and the warmth, and the breathing of her friends, and the amber light of the lanterns, and the smell of the stable, and the feeling of the night outside, dark and soft, and full of quiet life. And then she stopped thinking about any of it, and simply lay in it, the way you lie in warm water, letting it hold you, letting it be around you, letting it be enough. She slept. Ichabod's dream had changed. He was no longer in the summer meadow. He was somewhere else now, somewhere that was not quite any place he had ever been, but that felt, nonetheless, completely familiar. It was a place made of light and warmth and the smell of hay. A place where the lanterns burned with a light that was softer and more golden than any lantern he had ever seen. A place where the straw was deeper and warmer than any straw he had ever lain in. He was not alone. He could feel the presence of his friends around him. Not see them exactly, but feel them, the way you feel the warmth of a fire without looking at it. He could feel Katrina's cheerful, round warmth to his left, and Brahm's steady, dark solidity to his right. And above him, always above him, the horseman's ancient watching presence, wide and still, and full of a quiet that was not emptiness, but its opposite, a quiet that was full of everything. He walked slowly through this place of light and warmth, and the ground beneath his hooves was soft and gave slightly with each step, like the best kind of turf. And the air was warm and smelled of everything good, hay and rain and apples, and the particular clean smell of a cold, clear night. And he walked and walked without going anywhere, without needing to go anywhere, simply moving through the warmth and the light and the goodness of it. And as he walked, he felt the beauty of it, the resonance in his chest, the low, clear note that rang through him. And it was stronger here than it had ever been in the waking world. Stronger and clearer and more sustained. A note that did not fade, but simply continued, ringing on and on through him, through the dream, through the warm and golden air. He walked, and the note rang, and the light was warm, and his friends were close, and everything was perfectly, completely, entirely all right. The night was at its deepest now, that hour before the first gray light begins to gather in the east, when the darkness is most complete and the silence is most profound, and the world is most fully itself, most fully resting, most fully given over to the quiet work of sleep and renewal. The hollow lay in its mist and its darkness, and the stream moved through the willows, and the oak trees stood at the edge of the meadow, and the hedgerows held their sleeping birds, and the lane wound through the fields, and the farmhouse sat at the top of the lane, with its dark windows and its sleeping inhabitants. And the stable stood at the edge of the farm, with its amber lanterns, and its warm straw, and its sleeping animals. Everything was as it should be. Everything was in its place. The world was doing what the world does in the deep of the night, resting, breathing, being, turning slowly on its axis through the dark and the stars, carrying all its sleeping creatures gently through the hours toward the morning. There was nothing to worry about. There was nothing to do. There was nowhere to be, and nothing to become, and no problem to solve, and no question to answer. There was only the night, and the mist, and the stream, and the stable, and the warmth, and the light, and the slow, deep breathing of sleeping things. Brahm dreamed, after all. He dreamed of a field in winter, which might sound cold and bleak, but in Brahm's dream it was neither. It was a field covered in snow, deep and white and perfectly smooth, unmarked by any footprint, stretching away in every direction under a sky that was the deep, clear blue of a winter afternoon. The sun, low and golden, casting long blue shadows across the snow. He stood at the edge of the field and looked out across it. And the snow was so white, and the sky was so blue, and the shadows were so long and blue, and the light was so golden that the whole scene had the quality of something that had been made very carefully, with great attention and great love. Every detail considered and placed just so. He walked out into the field, and his hooves broke through the crust of the snow with a soft, satisfying sound. And the snow was cold around his legs, but he was warm inside his thick winter coat, warm all the way through. And the cold was not unpleasant, but simply the other side of the warmth, the thing that made the warmth feel like warmth. He walked to the middle of the field and stopped, and stood there in the snow under the blue sky, and the sun was warm on his back, and the snow was cold around his legs, and the shadows were long and blue, and the whole world was very still and very beautiful and very quiet. He stood there for a long time, not thinking, not doing, simply being there, in the snow, in the light, in the quiet. And it was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. The first gray light came slowly, the way it always does. Not all at once, but gradually. A softening of the darkness rather than a brightening. A slow, gentle dilution of the black into gray. The gray into pale silver. The pale silver into the first faint suggestion of color. The mist was still thick over the hollow, but it was beginning to move now, stirred by the first breath of the morning air, drifting in slow, thin wisps across the meadow, parting around the oak trees and the stone walls, and then closing again behind them. The stream was still audible, its voice unchanged, steady and low and musical, the same note it had been singing all night. The birds were beginning. Not many yet, just one or two. A blackbird somewhere in the hedgerow, its song clear and liquid and unhurried. Each phrase complete in itself, each phrase followed by a small silence before the next. And then a robin, closer, its song thinner and sweeter, a high, bright thread of sound in the gray morning air. The lanterns in the stable were burning very low now, their light barely more than a warm glow, a suggestion of amber in the dimness. The straw was still warm, and the horses were still sleeping, and the horseman was still in the rafters, his great dark eyes open, watching the light change in the high window above him. He watched the gray deepen into silver, and the silver begin to warm toward gold. And he watched the mist move across the window, and he listened to the blackbird and the robin and the stream. And he was content, as he was always content, with the deep and ancient contentment of a creature who has watched many mornings come, and who knows with absolute certainty that each one is a gift. Ichabod woke slowly. He came up from sleep the way he always did, gradually, in stages, first becoming aware of the warmth of the straw and the sound of the rain, and then remembering that the rain had stopped, and then hearing the birds, and then feeling the particular quality of the light on his closed eyelids, and then, finally, opening his eyes. The stable was full of a soft gray-gold light, the light of early morning, filtered through mist, and it was the most beautiful light he had ever seen, which was what he thought every morning when he woke to it. It fell across the straw and the wooden walls and the sleeping shapes of his friends with a gentleness that made everything look as though it had been painted by someone who loved it very much. He lay still for a while, not moving, just looking. He looked at the light on the straw. He looked at Katrina, still sleeping, her white coat soft and warm-looking in the morning light, her mane spread across the straw around her head. He looked at Brahm, still standing in his corner, but awake now, his eyes open and calm, looking back at Ichabod with an expression of quiet, steady greeting. He looked up at the rafters, and the horseman looked back at him, his great dark eyes warm and still. And Ichabod felt, as he always felt when the horseman looked at him, that he was seen, completely and kindly, and that what was seen was good. He breathed in the morning air, cool and damp, and full of the smell of the wet earth and the grass and the distant sweet smell of the apple trees in the orchard. He breathed it in slowly, all the way in, and then let it out slowly, all the way out. And with it went the last of the night, the last of the dreams, the last of the deep, warm darkness of sleep. He was awake. The morning was here. The hollow was waking around him, the birds singing, and the mist moving, and the stream running, and the light growing slowly, slowly in the east. And it was, as it always was, a very good morning to be alive. But there is no hurry. The morning will wait. The meadow will wait. The stream and the oak trees and the long green grass and the wide blue sky will all wait, patient and unhurried, as they always have. For now, there is only the stable and the warm straw and the amber light of the lanterns burning low, and the soft gray gold of the morning coming in through the high window, and the sound of the blackbird in the hedgerow, clear and liquid and unhurried, each phrase complete in itself. There is only the warmth and the quiet and the slow, deep breathing of sleeping things. There is only the hollow, wrapped in its mist, resting in its valley, held in the patient arms of the hills. There is only this moment, soft and warm and full of peace, asking nothing of you, offering everything. Simply here, simply now, simply good. The lanterns glow. The rain has passed. The stream runs on. The horseman watches from the rafters with his great, kind eyes, and everything in the hollow is perfectly, completely, entirely at rest. Sleep now. The night is long and warm and full of good dreams, and there is nowhere to be and nothing to do, and no one who needs anything from you. Not tonight. Not in this soft and quiet hour. The straw is warm. The lanterns are burning. The rain has washed the world clean and left it gleaming and new and full of the smell of the earth. The blackbird is singing in the hedgerow, and the stream is running between the willows, and the mist is moving slowly across the meadow, and the oak trees are standing at the edge of the fields, patient and still and full of years. And in the stable, in the warm and amber dark, the animals are sleeping, and the horseman is watching, and the night is holding everything gently, the way it always has, the way it always will. Sleep now. Let the warmth hold you. Let the quiet surround you. Let the sound of the rain, still faint and far away now, moving on across the hills, carry you gently down into the deep and restful dark. You are safe. You are warm. You are held. The hollow is dreaming, and you are dreaming with it. And the dreams are good, and the night is long, and the morning, when it comes, will be soft and golden and full of birdsong. But that is later. That is the morning. For now, there is only the dark and the warmth and the quiet and the slow, steady sound of the world at rest. Sleep now. Sleep. The lanterns burn low in the stable at the edge of the hollow, and the mist moves across the meadow, and the stream runs on between the willows, and the night holds everything gently, and all is well. And all is well, and all manner of things are well.